How wow. Hello, golden. Golden. Oops. How are you all? Naito, yo, what's up? I'm not wearing the jacket because I don't want to. With the hat will suffice. But how is everyone doing? Last week we did nothing. Last week we talked to people, we talked with Herlock shows, and our client is there's no dead body yet. Yet in bold capital letters. This case is gonna be good. Yeah, today we're doing the trial. Last week was all investigation. The long cases start now. But are you guys ready? You okay? How you doing, Zari? I'm meh. I woke up like 20 minutes ago. I'm really living on the edge with these Ace Attorney streams, but yeah, I'm still annoyed from yesterday. Things happened yesterday, and I'm still annoyed. But other than that, I'll at least Ace Attorney will lighten the mood a bit, and by lighten the mood I mean make us all stressed. Play your snare drums because school starts in 2 days. It'd be good to get some muscle memory in action. Oh my! I'm sure they will recap for us in the trial. But yeah, the trial is literally starting now. What happened last week? Last week we our client is Mr. Suzuki. He is Japanese, accused of murdering the victim. We don't know where the victim is. We don't know who the victim is or anything. We found out that this lady and this dude is married. We talked with Herlock shows. We met Gregson, and that's literally it. Your band kid. I was in band for like 6 months, playing the French horn as a primary school kid, and I quit because, yeah, no. My sister used to be in that band when she was in that school, playing the xylophone. Sorry, oh, Uncle Good. I guess there is someone that's dead. We just don't know who died. Let me change the title to, since there is a dead person, I guess. I kind of forgot that there is dead people because we don't have a picture of the body, which you'll probably see in this trial. I'll change it to Trust. Never heard of her. Because this is all about trusting our client. Because the last case, our client was hella guilty. But you know, as a defense lawyer, your job is to believe in your client no matter what. And I straight up didn't believe in that client. What's up, Siri? Do you have a username before? Different username? You got the Mew? I saw the Mew on the Twitter. Congrats. 7th grade of percussionist, you suck at drumming, which has no notes. Yeah, I can't read notes, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they'll recap everything else. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh my. He looks like a flasher. You know, like those flashers, they have the trench coat and they whoa in like the African part. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. You can read music better once you than once you could. You're proud of it. That's good. The defense is ready, my lord. My lord. Lord Fonzix. Dogs. The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. He said that in the trailer. Sorry, what? What'd you say? Naruto starts to be like, what'd you say? The hell did you just say? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. And you lost, bro. Even though he was hella guilty, you still lost. So what you talking about, bro? Complaining about Baroque Von Zix. Von Zix look like Dracula. Oh, suck me blood. Yesterday's the actual drama. You changed the trumpet to follow your mother. Do you have a point? I'm scared. Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused. I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. This whole... Forgive me, I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Huh? The guy looks hella old. Yeah, he's younger than her look though. Do we have a point? What's a point? After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Oh, don't mess with Susato. Susato's sassy as hell. Now he's drinking. I like how well he's drinking. He's staring to the universe. The sassiness though. Oh, right. Fonzie, he's like trying to roast us. Susato's like, but we won last time. Baro be like, oh, forgot about that, right? Oops, oops, and I oops. Very true, and the most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. Was the client guilty? You know he was. I should have won that one. So I didn't tell you about this. You know what High School DxD is? Definitely heard of it. I didn't watch it though. It was a holiday. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Wow. Oh god, we got a different set of... Wait! Is that Joan in the freaking witness stand? What? I thought they would be... I mean the jury. You watched 3 episodes of it. No, don't taint your innocent eyes. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fatal. They're just arguing in the middle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Wait, is that the guy from last time? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What did he say? impartial members of the public. Yo, this guy should hate us. Isn't this the guy, the witness from the last case? Impartial my foot. That's Mr. Fairplay. Innocent eyes, what are those? God, I never know when you make cut on your look, but I believe in fair play for everyone. What? Ew. She looks like what does she look like? Getting set to the manager. Oh! I told you, I'm running business and I'm here. This food guy who's the bad guy, the assassin lord. Look at this. This straight up looks like he straight up looks like from Professor Layton. Oh, and I mean, what you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. That's what I saw. Also, isn't she not supposed to be here? I'm afraid I think it's quite possible that Mr. Ashton's for the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Oh god, Santa Claus. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Remember when you watched it at that? He walked by and just stop breathing. Very well, let's proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Mr. Lord Von Zix. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. You found a sim video? Like say he did. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. The same thing happened in the first case. Your people killed our people. Whoa! Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? Deliver better experience? Those are the worst! Bloody if they are! Just look at that salad explode complexion and short stature. Whoa! He's one of those dreadful Japanese! Wow, hey! Come on, let's get this over with. With me now. Everyone, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite get that. What kind of jury is this? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Gee, lady. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Alright. Alright, bet. This is the judge. Finally, laid the inspector in place. God, it's Gregson with his potato chips. I forgot what he sounded like. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. I forgot what he sounded like. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard. Just please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector. Ew! Sorry. Look at her! My god. Look at that face. What is that hairstyle? Yo, she looks fake. The victim is thought to be a young woman or in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, thought, Inspector, thought to be. This album was stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife. The victim fell unconscious. Yeah, I really forgot how he sounded like last week. Should I go and listen? I feel sorry, dude. I forgot what you sounded like. There's a lot of voices in these games. Hey, welcome back, Siri.
Steve in the morning.
Oh,
He does.
sounded like this. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife. The victim fell unconscious.
I meant to ask, are you planning to go for baby Sharknado or for diamond probe? Now I'm going for the monkey this time. We name it a different movie. For the DP, for that DP, I'm taking a monkey. Your name's Cody.
That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. Her life is not in danger. She's in a coma! What do you mean not in danger? King Dong! Ow! I can't wait to see the dog follow me be behind me as always. The following Pokemon.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Alright! If I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
Also, the map is literally all the evidence we have. The map and like, what? The map and like a receipt for some books that he has. You can run into an NPC and be like, oh, have you seen my King Dong? Oh, my shiny King Dong. My shiny red, pink dong. Someone is a coma. Yes, they're fine, literally.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago. At around 5 in the afternoon, it happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road. A wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It's a lady face. I was like, what the hell is that? Vuvuzela? It had not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Walking. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind a wall by the accused and stabbed in the back and not in their way. She was literally stabbed. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she is currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we are unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
You have no motivation, you're lazy as hell. I feel that. That's been me the last few days. Though I've been working on my commission though. Thank you, Inspector, and the court will accept these documents as evidence if you please. Thanks. So let's see. File containing an overview of the case and the details about the victim. She's found with a knife in her back and is currently hospitalized. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Interesting. We have the name of the reporting officer. Rolly Beat. Rolly Beat. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. So there's a west side. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the lash knife, no sign of injury. Assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that right here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Whoa!
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody could have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scribe-looking Sasaki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. So it's big but common. Whoa. Okay, let's investigate this knife.
The edge is like dulled out.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just a tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear! I do hope not. Sounds terribly painful.
Wow. I need to sneeze. Now then, what do we know at the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she was a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting a second-hand bookshop, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. This moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yes! If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a total unjustified, heavy-handed way!
Objection!
Whoa! He straight up picked that up with 2 fingers, chucked it aside. Pray the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Sorry if I threw this champagne bottle into the frickin' audience. On the floor. Some dude in the gallery is like, oh god! But your words have soured this hallowed bouquet. You're a bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Then tell me the reason. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest a Nipponese student. Alright! Yeah, sure! No problem! I got you! As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusual light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else but the victim than the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the floor on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on the way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. We found a bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. I don't want to roast her, but like, damn. Freaking, yeah. Oh, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you're referring. I will take that photograph, the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Okay. Hold on. Before Barok starts roasting us for being Japanese. Hey, what's up, Spartan? Yo, yo, yos.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm a bit tired because I woke up not long ago. A bit annoyed at off-stream things, but nothing I can do about it. I'm good though. I've been drawing the Fakemon stuff. Do you guys want to see what I've done for the Fakemon so far? I can't really draw the rest of the people because we don't have I don't have Pokemon for the characters. So I might do an art stream tomorrow to make some Pokemon. Yeah, I'm open. I only have one client right now.
Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
What evidence? I don't see no evidence. Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, I'm having an injection. Yeah, tomorrow I'll probably do an art stream. My injection is in the daytime, so.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zix, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do you go on?
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what all happened.
as I was walking along the cursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat. She was... as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of the stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing.
Mama, your photographic printed full color. What will come up with next?
She's more amazed by the fact that the picture has color. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. And a fact that the accused concedes.
Ugh! Same this cross-examination could prove pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, Santa Claus. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Not really, but like, okay. I guess so. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. Unusually light fog. Hold it! A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, isn't it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. The fries guy. Oh, yeah! But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
How quaint. You all think London is beautiful because of the fog.
This Bonsix is like, this freaking Japanese guy. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize. I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. That sounds like a freaking air pollution. Like, is that true? I don't think that's true. It was a medicine. The other day I was nearly trampled by horses. I could see the carriage they were pulling. Or before I could see the carriage. Susato-san and I definitely remembered to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fall was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Gah! Visibility was reasonably good. There's no one else but the victim and the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. It's because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Because I live America, nice and are you those dang? Congrats and Dort. What's up, Dort?
Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear the testimony. The prosecution will of course call him to the stand should it be necessary.
But wait a minute!
At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it could have been dark already.
50 wormholes of Barbarica and 242 for in Friend Safari. Nice.
No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east.
Barak!
But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gaslight street lights. Ah! We don't even have streets yet. Just kidding. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite here in London for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. You wanna hunt Ninkara in Friend Safari? Guess you should look for somebody who has it.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
You went back to school, eh? First day of school. So cool on the fourth day of school.
You have a ditto Friend Safari? Ditto? My Friend Safari is sunken. It seems counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Taking what?
Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed.
Hold it!
Hold it! From behind, you say? That's right, because you see from this print.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of this weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you can say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. Maybe she's just asleep.
I'm afraid so, my lord. She's been treated at Bart's. I was hopeful she'd come round before the trial started so I could make a statement, but wasn't able to.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. Would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own accounts of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Oh!
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Ugh! At least you say that I have eyes, unlike the others. Oh, this is British people think I got no eyes because I'm Asian. Just kidding. That's what the game sounds like. At least Barak knows I have eyes.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings on the floor.
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were inseparable damage after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
Susato, shut up and calm yourself.
What do you mean?
He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books.
Hey, meows, yo.
He must manage to close the avenue of escape we might have before even we knew it was there.
Hello, Bonzix. Oh, hello, Ron. He picked up a wine bottle with 2 fingers and chucked it in the gallery.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings and as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Plus, being a number of books he just bought, he was on the way home from a bookshop, it seems.
hold it!
The defendant apparently visited a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. The defendant apparently... Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
Yeah, your wisdom tooth taken out, oh no.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Road. Street, I mean. Oops. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of the Briar Road at the opposite side. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this.
Bourbon Books? Isn't his books from your books? It's from your books, not Bourbon Books. Oh, Vaughn, how about showing them? Oh.
Something like this. Wrong bookstore, ho! Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have paused the scene on the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that's what the inspector just told us. Could turn out to be vital importance.
I wonder why.
Yes, I agree.
The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name.
Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your former testimony, please? I believe it may be vital importance.
Maybe. Oh, well, you know. Oh my god, unless Phoenix's pose.
I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Phoenix's pose.
Very well, no, I can see that being great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Alright. My lord, whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
Objection!
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. Hey, the brought you. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. That's the exclamation shot.
What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
What? What busy man?
This trial is your job. And I'm doing my job. This is the receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. Sorry, I had to sneeze a bunch. The way you read sounded like the stupid, stupid man thing. You have Uno! Yeah, the sneezes are real. You didn't stay until 8 a.m. then temporarily became a log. Nina! Yeah, I woke up like an hour ago, like 20 minutes before I started the stream. And you found that in the accuser's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Stupid idiot. So Barok is here. Alright, go on. Bonzing's like, oh, go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume. Your Books. Yes, my lord, your boobs. Sorry. So the Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Ah? What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books. This is not a second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. You gotta play Magic and D&D and Brian's. Ooh, just chill it otherwise. Enjoy your magic time with Brian. It's a magical place. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Ah! Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference for the final analysis. I disagree! I mean, after all...
I have the statement here. It might be of help.
Calm your eyes, you're gonna pop out. Oh, yes! Thank you! Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning books from Bourbon Books, then yes, you love the font. It will most certainly pass the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he actually was at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed the location at all. Oh, could that be true?
It rather depends on whether this bookshop is, but I do declare there may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you said? Absolutely, absolutely could be right. Maybe. Inspector Gregson, where's Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. My god, he could have walked anywhere. There you have it, as you can clearly see now. Dots. Oh. My Lynn Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. Shut up, Bob! You shut your mouth! Don't you dare call me a clown! The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. What did you just say to me? What did you just say to me? To my future career in the circus? I'm about to throw hands. Call me Nipponese, Eastern mind, whatever you want. But don't you dare call me a clown. Not the circus, you gotta stop.
You put that glass down now, and I'll put it down for you!
This is other smacking him. But I'm throwing the clown insults, yeah. What's up, Bobby? Wow, no! No, the clown! I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's still no doubt he would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Oh! Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Whoa! Whenever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! This is everything you got for me, and I don't suggest you try. What I say? I had enough of this now. I beg your pardon. Terribly sorry. Whatever I repeat that.
Mr. Naruhodo! We mustn't give up.
What? What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may as well decide that Natsume is guilty!
Ah, she's absolutely right. We must
take consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books. But I feel like I have to raise an objection, right? I feel like I have to object to everything. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Dogs. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, isn't it the only conceivable route? That isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places? If the defendant used the streets, look at what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. Stop it with the clown! However, I do feel compelled to point out that the route you would commonly refer to as the long way round. Ah! On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and it's obvious the perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, aha, yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. You've already informed the court of the accuser's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ah! That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That gay was no obsession. He says he doesn't remember where or which road he took home.
I don't believe this.
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around a subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that's the case, the defense still. Oh no!
I agree with Lord 16, wholeheartedly in every way.
Whoa. What? I don't believe it. What does this mean?
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty!
No!
Guilty!
No! Stop!
Guilty!
No!
Guilty!
No! Stop! Believing it. Oh my god. Anyone appear in the jury's leading is unanimous. Me. Dots. The heck? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You served queen and country admirably. Did we lose? Mr. Naruto! Someone object! Somebody object! Dots. It's cool that the jurors get lines, yeah? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are eyes of query, are not willing to give up and die. Dots. Can you stop doing that, Bobby? I told you this last time. You don't have to commentate seconds before the events of the game continue the story. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to low-key like give tiny spoiler hints. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. No spoilers. Yeah, I told you this last time too. Stop giving tiny little spoiler hints. I know. I noticed since literally like the last two streams. The rights of the defense written into the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out the summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Hey, Ling, what's up, Ling? Are the members of the jury ready for Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley.
Love this game, yes? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you've determined the defendant to be guilty.
For British sake, that Nipponese oddity already admitted to himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why could it have been only the victim? The man would have been gone around the houses on his way back home, not in the winter.
Sure, the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful!
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
What the hell?
Your books, yes. this my shop? That bourbon boot? No, not a visit.
What? these the worst jury members ever. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people left at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Oh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe it's some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It is impossible to... How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo! This is no time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue.
Yes, I know. I had to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Oh! Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Yonosuke. You can do it! Hey, Katie, thank you for the raid. Exclamation, Katie, Dami, good. How you doing? How was your doing? We're about to look at Naruhodo's butt. How goes the stream? It's good. My nose is stuffy as hell.
For pity's sake, the deputy's already admitted himself already. Alright.
If you see the woman in green collapse before his eyes, man would have gone around. This guy is just saying, can I go home?
Hold it!
Sure, you're not making puffins on the emulator. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Okay, come over with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's.
Ah,
The likes of you wouldn't understand a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. What do you mean, huh? If I don't work, I don't eat, even neither to the wife and kids.
oh, I see. That must be very hard.
Got the reunion every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late, your work's taken its stuff. This time of year, the water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor after the roads get dug up to fix it. It's hard to slog from the... Oh my god. From dawn to dusk it is.
You lost to cider. Or you could try contest. So you were digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where that all happened. By the old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right, Meersham Street it was.
Meersham Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can we just say this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important. Yeah, it's just like, we just want to enjoy the game, but then you're like, I guess we'll see in a couple seconds. Ooh, like Barok hasn't said anything, and then you would be like, oh, look, guess we'll see what Barok has to say. Like, it's not exactly spoilers, but it's that tiny, like, ooh, something's gonna happen next. I know that something's gonna happen next, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no direct spoilers, but like, it doesn't surprise me when things happen in the game if the chat is like, oh, I guess something might happen in the game. You know what I'm saying? It just spoils the surprise. Please, sir, it's important.
That's fine, I'll do it then.
You know what I mean? It's like in a movie, if someone ends up, if one character like dies in the movie and just before the character dies, you're like, something might happen to the character. I feel like something might happen. Was digging up Measham Street from dawn to dusk.
Hold it!
So, if I understand correctly, you're day laboring, you're doing road maintenance on that day. If he's doing maintenance, the guy couldn't even walk on that street though. Right, I can see you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes out the ground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellas like me can actually get a few bob. I'm missing out today. And when you say dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day. See, no coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. You won't imply things like, oh, I bet this. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for understanding. Like I don't mind like people talking about the case like as the case goes on, but yeah, it's the implication and stuff. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on this street map exact locations where you were carrying out. Yeah, then let me have a look. Let me have a look. Right, let's see. Right in the middle. We're here in Measham Street, just like the other was. The society day, I tell you, we had to get all through drift and snow had frozen solid. I wonder if Bardock has a brain and can see this. What sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning. We can't finish to be gone before 6, I say. The snow stopped coming down. It was long past dark for sure.
That means the road was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock.
Roadworks on Measham Street, huh? Gasp! So I have to pit him. On the way, okay, let's see. Let's press this guy. But you can't deny that there are other routes to Mr. Nasumi could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drawn about me, man. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts to whether this little Japanese fellow actually went their way or not. Well, yes, that's true. The moment there's no proof that shows he did, there is there. Aha! Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Yeah, if no pedestrian could pass through, that means he did go the long way. With it nice and dark and cold. So the way I see it, we want to get home as quickly as possible. Why is all that true? The only thing that makes sense is he went along home Briar Road. Ah! Giving it a lot of thought, you know. Didn't just make up my mind on a whim like he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he would have gone to Calabash Road, that'd be different. You know how he holds the long sword? Ooh. Yeah, we have a reason.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself! What did accused not remember? I don't know. He's just said he ran away. Because he's dumb. I don't know. Please don't point it with me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. The accused be dumb. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, they now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impossible. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have been taking him along Meerschaum Street down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way around.
So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route home. Back to his lodgings, I mean. Yes, I suppose he must have.
Oh, I suppose that'd be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. YouTube, did you eat your message? No. Probably. Judge. My lord, Mr. Judge, if I may. Yeah, no. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say that the man's guilty now. Judge. Yes. I'd like to see this trial continue so that we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Oh, wow, what a good man. Thank you, sir. Yeah, your last message was the Katie's link. What about you, sir?
Me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. Oh, wow!
There's a hole in the prosecution? They should be filled.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
All you say is that you'll look for some time because the kiddo are having lunch in a moment. Why did YouTube delete that? YouTube, don't be dumb. The hole. I'll fill Barok's hole. If we manage to change a couple minds at least, strengthen our position somewhat.
Yes, there will probably other members of the jury to reconsider their stance, but they'll be asking themselves if the current leanings are really right or not.
YouTube told you error yesterday during the different stream. Yeah, YouTube is really dumb.
Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
That's exactly what we're going to do. Bondix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Lords. Thank you, Counsel. On the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Step from behind.
Hold it!
Hey, what's up, Jeremy? You can't stay, but hola, yo, what's up? You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits to having seen someone wear a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite precisely my point. Clearly, that someone's wearing green was the victim. And clearly, the funny little Nepalese man with a disturbing mustache is the culprit.
What'd you say? Let's not forget, madam. The defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man obviously is a livid-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, really? I wouldn't say. After all,
You are foreign.
who's to say that? Oh, who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
What? Don't know what you're watching, but you like it. It's Ace's turn. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, and you wouldn't like it, you little bit.
I do declare, the man has already made the admission. He himself stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious.
He's broke. Well, racist. Yeah, see, I would say that the BS that the judge in Barok says is just ignorant and stupid, but this hoe, straight up racist.
No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it could have been more simple.
He's such a racist powdered donut. Get this lady off the jury. Don't think racism would kick you off the jury back then. Yeah, because they are people. Oh, given his compelling and his simplicity, I must admit.
My, you took kind, my lord.
That went well for her. Excuse me, but aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it at least. Anyways, if I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
I mean, yeah, Barok did say that we are a fascinating breed. I guess that's a compliment.
Sorry. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day.
See, this is bias.
You had me and the young had to pay these criminals.
Look. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been badgering me non-stop.
It's not my problem. If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my mind on who is guilty and who isn't.
Ha! Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder if what's become of Mr. First now.
Oh, dead? I don't know. Just kidding. I have no idea. What's up, wolf?
Sorry, it is a for what?
No, what I said was, hold it! What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the books there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
Oh, that's alright, wolf. And what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there.
He's wearing a green coat too. My god, he is wearing a green coat and his stick as well. He's the same size as the victim. You. I was in there picking. After all, it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. He reminds you of Santa. Just before 5, you say. That's exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well.
I'm not about to forget the day in a hurry. Even after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head.
Yeah, he fell! It's always worse up than the snow stuff following this when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean. I did. Picked up my number. What's up? Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Headed down Calabash was the quickest way for me to get back from your books. The victim that I accused. Oh my god, yeah. This guy. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may be extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright now.
Dots.
You changed 2 of the jurors' mind, Mr. Naruhodo.
There's 2 more to go.
Deliver the finishing blow now. Turn the tables!
Yeah. I get it. Susato. I gotcha. Go. Watch out.
It could have only been the victim.
No. It was a freaking juror, man. Extremely significant, yeah, oldie. I think the old man needs some hearing assistance. Boom! Boom! Those 2 statements can show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Why, whatever they mean, sir.
Hearing aids exist in 1899. I don't know actually. I mean, he's not fully deaf yet. Yet. I mean the keyword.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact that we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he'd been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles, then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're all aware of this. This poor young woman that was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, ma'am? Madam?
Whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. They were invented a year or 2 ago? Oh, really? Or from the dates or from now? That same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my god!
They'll be far too new. Which country were they made? A year or 2 from those dates. My goodness, you mean. That's right. I'm referring to, of course, the hard of hearing juror number 6. The first commercially manufactured hearing aids came in 1913.
Are you really suggesting
He must realize his beard.
that the person in the green overcoat who the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. They had the idea for it by then, the time from the day. 1898. In what country? In Britain? After all, the old man has somewhat similar build to the victim. They clearly will not be used by the public for many years. Well, look at that! My goodness me! Sorry, you need a pee? What? Excuse me? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green, the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. The Mr. Defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! He made it in England. You did, old man. If you hadn't been so daft to be roaming that, we would have boxed this out hours ago. Oh really? What were you thinking, wearing a befuddling coat? What do you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? This guy. My lord, I do hope I won't cause any inconvenience, but... You like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare, I would like to still call a verdict for not guilty. You was here as a child, but you hit the filler there, so you stopped. Oh, thank you. Google credits American voice the first version. You can't hear whispers and shouts that are not loud to you. And I want to. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Where? This dude can use one of the earliest ones. Yes! Oh yeah! Well, that summation examination has concluded with a large rift in opinion. Hearing aids, what they were, weren't even used in the ear. Sound trumpets, vacuum tube, the eyes 2, the nose 4, and the nose have it not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the jury's members of the jury. Hearing trumpets, not sound trumpets. The trial will continue. Hey oddities, yo! Could it seem careless of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm gonna go take a pill.
Time travel? Welcome back. Butterfly effect is fun sometimes. You think time travel in the future is the only time travel we should allow? Black holes can slow down time for someone? Well, time travel is real. It's possible in theory, I guess. Backwards, not sure, yeah. You might have seen it already. Area 51, right? Forgive the discourtesy. Time traveler's wife. Lord Von Zieks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. Which one? What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Yeah, look, Barak! Look, Barak! What even do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Be roasting all of them. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement you just excavated, sir.
That's right, took me a whole day to pay me measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, did you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? If I'm honest, don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all! In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? To be an entertainer, eh?
With me, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a overpassing anyways. We can turn any gentlefolk when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I've little doubt, however, he could spring over a 2-yard trench with his meanderings around town.
Oh! Is it true? Is it?
Incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt.
But that's not his books! We just discussed the fact that those books were not his, right?
Passive version of calling someone a clown. Barak Rose Zix. Mr. Nelson may walk down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. An old man.
Cold man, you get on.
You say around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious looking Nipponese man? Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Oh nah! Lord Warzix, explain yourself! My lord. If you have such strength argument up your sleeve, What in the world would not profit during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted to see him for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. Ugh! My hospitality at its limits. Within reach, I fear you.
Wesley has amnesia on this case. Convenience. Oh yeah!
Take it off!
How about take off the other jacket?
My learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What? What are you talking about? Twirl me around. My lord! My lord!
The prosecution requests permission to call as next witness to the stand.
See, this is what I want. Witnesses, bro.
Granted, bailiff, bring forward the witnesses. Oh, wow. This next witnesses.
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Oh, yes, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid he's likely the prosecution's next witness.
Amnesia, who am I?
What is this? Alright, no matter who Von Ziggs brings to the stand as his witness and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over.
Prepare voices. For some characters, I guess. Oh no. Ew! Oh no.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
They wearing the same scarf. They're wearing the same scarf. They have to be like twins or something. Or dating or what the that's your Scotland Yard police officer? You telling me this man who works at Scotland Yard, he's eating his hat? And she looks like Regina Berry. Like, what's going on? Is this? Oh my god. Whoa! Abusive relationships. He looks drunk. Regina's ancestor. The music. His anxiety.
Constable, Rolly Beach, sir.
Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Dodge, oh my god, holy shit.
Oh. Oh, she's the... Oh, the wife. Oh no. Sorry. Patricia Booth.
Ah!
And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
Ah, Dodge!
What's the story here? I thought we were gonna see that clown guy that we saw last week.
And in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
At least you lasted a year. Roly. He's a roly-poly-olis.
Dodge!
No, it was your husband I'm talking about. He seems, tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. I hope he shows up sometime. Yeah, the same reaction.
And then apart from the red days off, the gallant officers scratch 20 miles a day, you know?
Daniel, come on. Only a year.
They patrol boarding houses, pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters if they're reading true. They're responsible for keeping the streets clean, lighting, extinguishing of street lights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying, the policeman's duty, the primary duty, is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
His uniform's not even like proper.
Dodge! And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
Must be somewhat daunting.
That's right, sir. Isn't it really?
Dodge! Customer rolling mate, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir!
He looks 12.
Like, what's going on? What a great witness he's going to be! Very good. I would like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Alright. Whoa, oh my god.
It was our wedding anniversary. Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared on the fog pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered some before him running off. We ran straight on there, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in a dog. Rayleigh and I both saw him clear as day.
He didn't say anything! If he was too young to marry, I assume he'd be too young for his job. We can see their age, I think. Your kid was watching Oddbots and one of the birds sounds exactly like the ones when they say oh, the uwu birds. It's the 1900s, I don't know. How long is police training? I have no idea. Let's see. He is 23 and she's 21. Jesus, the picture though. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Ugh.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume in the scene.
How are they able to see clearly? Yeah, right? Not too far apart.
If the testimony is true, the alternative cause of events you established in the submission examination will be quashed!
Definitely, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know! But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Oh, my man! Thank the Lord for that. Oh, thank you, Jesus, for getting me some...
Just kidding.
Because the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? You feel like it's too young nowadays? We may live much longer, yeah. 2 or 3 weeks. How long the police train? 2 or 3 weeks? My learned friend. The witnesses saw the face of a man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Suzuki Natsume. One of the witnesses is a policeman, no less.
So? I've dealt with many cases where y'all people, your police officers, are guilty. We arrested the Chief of Justice once. Damn on.
You appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Oh. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. 2 weeks, Jesus. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. You found out there's Triopolitan ice cream, vanilla, dark chocolate, and mint. Oh my god. Can you just take out the mint and keep the keep the rest?
It was our wedding anniversary. Lily was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
No, sadly not. It's not a job for a strapping. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you probably see why children and elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I didn't know he ever so handsome in his uniform. He sees it to the ground, doesn't he, darling? Oh, yeah, let me see that.
Let me see that! What? Oh, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh, no, Rody, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when you're in plain clothes. Oh dear, it doesn't seem healthy.
Susato! You're going for a meal after you finish the bait for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop. To be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet, the policing is my lifestyle. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that? Yellow mint chocolate chip. Time to eat the mint indeed. Tastes horrible with other flavors. Does she have a uniform? Trading might be too short because Newcom's been known to let bad guys. Yeah. What's that now? My warrant card proved them are a London copper. The police get a bad name now. Lots of people hate them. I don't blame them, honestly. I don't blame the people. I've been listening to. Oh wait, I didn't wear my hat. I've been listening to a lot of true crime cases recently, and half of it is the police's fault. Half the serial killers that I've been hearing about, it's all the police's fault. Police is part to blame, so I don't blame people for not liking the police. You better, Jerry's. Peanut butter cookie dough. It has the noble founding principles of the force written, and it's a reminder of all policemen on our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sah! And for the noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble, because I know that you're pulling on my boots. All Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. What true crime show? I've been listening. So I watched Stephanie Sue on YouTube. She mukbangs while she talks about true crime. And I've been listening to her podcast, Rotten Mango. The podcast is where all the more gruesome and darker cases are. The hate is uncalled for. They can't help being the bad guy. I think people just don't trust the police. It's less like, obviously there's gonna be people who hate the police anyways, But I think people just don't trust the police because of the biasness. There's so many of like there's so many times in like just hearing the big cases in the or the small cases in the or whatever. There's so many times where it's the police fault, like or the police doesn't help them because the victim is a lady of the streets. You know what I'm saying? Or like 84/7 when did you eat glitter? It's not even just that, Bobby. You know, it's not even just the whole whatever happened last year. It's even more than that, and it's been, and you know, this trust in the justice system has been in the universe for very long. But regardless of the whole thing last year, it's already been happening long before that, and it's not just that one point, that one reason. There's much more reasons to that. Don't tell me you missed the circus. Well, we haven't seen the clown, but Barok literally told us that we are clown, and that he called us a clown, and he said Barok literally said to your future career in the circus. and you have to realize too, like, I'm not saying that the police are always bad, but you have to understand that there is a reason why people don't trust the police, you know. Like, sometimes the police don't do their job. I don't think we should give the police all the credit. There's a reason why people don't trust them. People don't just hate the police to hate the police for nothing. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. He's ready to antithesis of into it. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding anniversary. There's good cops and bad cops, yeah. Oh wow! Oh my! Oh my! When Mrs. Big puts up with a lot of married Bobby like me, I want to show my dear wife how much I care. You just gotta hope you're dealing with a good cop, and that's the problem in itself. Why should the people be hoping that their cop is a good cop? Why should you hope that you don't get the cops that hate you anyway? You know, the job of the police is to protect the people. So why do you have to live every day hoping that the police is gonna help you? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna hope that they don't like come and stab me anyway. Get a room. Oh what? Oh my! I guess now I see why. Now I see why. She got some roly-poly potato. His head isn't the only thing that's tall and sturdy. Oh. Oh, but I'm really. Oh my god.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. I want to watch them do it.
So sort of stop. If a little over the top, perhaps. If you don't do crime, you shouldn't have to worry about it. Some people don't even have to do crime and they still get in trouble. Isn't it? You know, there's always like, and again, I'm not saying that every police is bad. I'm just saying that the issue is that a lot of them are not good. It's either that or they don't try hard enough, or sometimes they try too hard on certain other cases because the person or the victims are rich, and then they don't, like, if the victim was a lady of the streets, they don't try as hard. But if the victim is just like a famous rich man that lives in a rich neighborhood, they're gonna try harder. Stop hanging with the bad crowd. You can't just fully blame the people. There are cases where it's 100% the cop's fault. What's she talking like Obachan? I don't want to keep arguing about it if there's literally no point in arguing about it. I feel like the points that I've said is reasonable. I don't want to keep going back and forth with for no reason.
Two silhouettes appeared in the foreground of the front of the pavement.
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Brian Road in the opposite direction.
Whoa.
There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Shelly the killer.
That doesn't sound exactly like what the victim has pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. You're certain at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark. There were streetlights on the Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh jeez, I can hear his neck crack. Yeah, what? Yeah, that's right. Of course there was light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is straight and dead straight and you can see fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's a street lighting as well. I didn't see any other. They're walking in opposite direction. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spent all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. Does that mean the victim would have been hard to? It would have been hard to strike. No, the couple were walking opposite of the two other people. The victim and the culprit were walking the same direction, but they were opposite of these two. I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, give me that dude. Oh. They still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere else to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, Madame collapsed on the floor.
But they didn't see them getting stabbed? Get a room. Scatter something? What do you mean by that?
Well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer and we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Oh!
Oh, what? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see old books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them all around the victim, where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, it's clearly in the picture, the photographic print.
That rather Japanese man did what he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Stop and break his neck. But we saw him. He was the man in the dock without question, sir. With moustache and hunchback and cat-like eyes, and taut mouth, and snub nose. Whoa. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his book onto the pavement and ran away.
I see.
This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Just saying. But I'll be like, just saying. It's a policeman on the stand, you know? Just a reminder. Now please continue. Yes, sir. Is that a TikTok filter? Yeah.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the prior one, wife of one after all.
Some people said Jack, but the translation got rid of the overkill. The freaking Jack! Imagine the people translating this game for the official version. They're like, oof. half the time they're like, oh yeah, nice story. And then like Patricia opens her mouth and like, oh, that Japanese fellow. Not the freaking Jap, bro.
Isn't that why my darling? Ow!
Wow. Oh yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But I'm always truly never off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. Didn't one backlash. Yeah. At least they still kept it there because it's a big part of the, I guess it's a big part of the story. But like, yeah. I can imagine some of these in the original translation were over the top. You know, we got Giselle calling us, like, we saw what happened with Giselle. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait to the police box for the accident fell so she could go and report it.
I ran as quickly as I could and asked for help to Bobby on duty. There's nothing more painful than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Bred in disguise, yup.
Please, you're making us flashy, isn't he, darling? Wow!
Study the area better, man.
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we?
There's definitely a Japanese man in a
Dog.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't be able to see his face by the light of the gas streetlight lamps, would you? Whoa, hey, whoa!
We're absolutely good. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I have you know. You Japanese have no eyes!
Just kidding. I wouldn't be surprised that what they said in the original. Right.
The light from the street lamps is more important. More than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Right, yes, what of the fog? Are you sick of this too already? Do you need to chill with the scarf pulling? I think it's their thing. We'll find man's forward across the globe, I believe. About what? An absolute menace to those of us who have to live with our calls.
Oh, it is! What is thick? You can't even see the hand of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant form makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure, sir. He was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Ah!
Dots.
Oh, what? Oh, yes. That was accused, no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth. Doesn't them nerds. Unmistakably, sir.
Are you sure you love her? Poor guy can't imagine how bad the nasty plot will be in them. I mean, did you see him? He's keeping secrets. He's pretending like he's like the sleepy, snoozy, like little dude. But I think we all could see that in the naughty time. Oh yeah. Can see why they go, why she loves him, right? Arrest me, officer. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it? Is it? That's the entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume was running away from the scene of the Briar Road that day.
That's... Yes, I feel the same.
If that's true, where does it leave us?
I don't mind.
The members of the jury are sure to call a guilty verdict for this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
That's... If Kazuma-sama were here...
Stop reminding me! Oh! What are you trying to say? So?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement is about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appear to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memories of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
To put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early, unfavorable conclusion.
Oh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Whoa, up against what?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
No! I mean, oh yes, of course, what is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony! Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
Whoa, whoa! Whoa, she's behind him. What? No, it's not really, not at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. Bate.
No, he won't do it all. A Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of.
I want to know.
Even if I decide to forgive you for insulting us, don't take for a minute, I really will.
I didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like to the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Pate. My wig, that might that appease you.
Oh, thank you, my lord. You settled things nicely. Put it in, darling.
Dots. Oh my god. The 4 books? Is she an idiotas or what? She just added that herself. Is she freaking dumb? She says there's 4 books. Excuse me, sir. Did you just tell me that there's 4 books? Well, there's 3 books here. And he bought 3 books too.
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Moses, somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for somebody to think of me something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in the statement of yours.
No! What flow?
Simply put, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
No, they can't be. I saw them.
Memory's awful.
I know what it is. You can't fool me.
Sorry.
It's a big old lump of dead
Body. What is? She's not dead.
The lady is so large. Her corpse is blocking the view of 4 books, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. Jesus. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not have possibly dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Yes! Ah, evidence! I have it! Carousel, you present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? He only had 3 books.
Take that!
Take that! The evidence is right here in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, there's only 3 books listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume could have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied, though that you say it was the defendant you saw, that you could very well be mistaken.
Objection!
Wait, their scalps are attached to each other? Yo, sup bro? It's plainly evident that it's your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Oh! So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Oh, he can see through my actions. He can see right through me. Oh, he sees right through me. Oh. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh,
You see, the matter is not up for debate. A total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print, you mean to say? Boom! Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. Oh god. Wait, is it like the burn book from the It's the book. Yeah, the book is. Has the book been eaten or burned or something? What the hell? I don't believe it. I know she's just holding the book. It's the fourth book. As you observe, it's from the guy's room, right, or something. The fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Order in the courtroom! Everybody shut your mouth!
Do you see? Look at that! Look!
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused that day in question. Mrs. Speak the titles once again, if you please.
Yes, of course, sir. The picture of monsters. Somebody order.
The picture of monster like cock.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabaroo. Gabaroo. As the court just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly. Save a few minor details. Don't worry about it. She basically remembers the book titles. She basically remembers it, okay? She basically got the titles right. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional most of the time. What now? Let go!
You heard that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir! Flawless, sir! Patricia is flawless! but there are only 3 books on the receipt, then Mrs. Beat only mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book was shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic print clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. Use your freaking brains. Now you're curious about that book. Oh. Dots. You need to edit intro ideas that don't exist, you know?
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that an aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. My lord. Alright, let's see this book, shall we? The prosecution rests. Yeah, go back to sleep. Let's see this book. A Lion's Pride.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. Can I even read? I don't know. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. Very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Such elegance from the Lecoq. You could eradicate an old one or make it better, try something new. Good luck, yes. You have a good profile picture to be. You cannot type on iPads. Also, you. Yuck. So it is the burned book from the guy's shelf.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scotch edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
Yeah, the guy said he lost the book. You mean Baroque? Oh.
Why is it recently damaged by a fire? Why does it seem to raise a red flag with me? Can we open it? Your new profile picture, gonna make a new outro of it. It'll be set on here sooner or later, I see. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. I love the circus. Fire in the Lunatone's house, yeah. His wife is one of the jurors. Like what? The spurious longer route to the accused lodging is that you tried to establish in your summation examination the attempted discrediting of witnesses' powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You're already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Hey! Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terrible precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well make matters worse. Think, realistically. Think! What do you do now? Aaron's voiced the crap. What do I do? If I object, I might make things worse, but I might save the place. But if I let it slide, it's just gonna get worse anyway. He's already convincing them. I might be able to change their mind if I object. But it's... Oh, Zamazenta! I see the Zamazenta. Do I raise an objection? Sometimes the clever thing is to shut up and wait. But I feel like I have Angry Crab from Doki Doki pretty cute. Eren! Is English voice actor. Objecting might be able to, we might be able to change their minds. But girl, I feel like we have to point out the book. There's still the book. But what would the book do? Well, that means she's been to the building that he lives in.
Objection!
I'm just gonna see what happens. I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish credible defense, and you failed. You gotta prepare noodles. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I'm glad everyone's just happily sitting there waiting for you. God, I can't think of what to say.
Tuts. If I may, Lord Van Zix. It seems somewhat bullish to close down the debate at this point.
Ooh. Your insignificant little distant isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Oh, now we got a lawless hole. The lawless hole. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene. Wow! Barak, stop it! Stop it, Barak! Rude! In a moment like this.
Oh! Oh! Susato's like, you started now. You're starting it now.
Dots.
Dots. I'm, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruto.
One of this line's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Oh my god, very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Dots. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment.
Dots.
And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. We must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
You already did. Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. CapCut tutorials. The defense might present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers new profound insight into the case.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than that being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe the evidence in question contained a... Wait. What? Go! So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Oh. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruto, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may be very on the wonder wheel, may be very well on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel. Precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which the fourth book conceals? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, oops.
Do you see the flaky edges on the burnt pages, Mr. Naruto? I think there's a sure sign the damage occurred relatively recently.
Yes, some book damage in a recent fire. Definitely rings a bell. Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back. What are you? Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Natural, you say, in one of it manipulates friend. At least he's saying friend in this translation. Go! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert this fire damage is a veiled clue as to what happened that day. Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Dots! A charred book! There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. An outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? Trial part 1. What are you suggesting you can ascertain from the fire damage? The owner. My lord, the Bernard Back book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to.
Yeah, it's not hers.
The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how could you possibly... Very well, I play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, members of the jury may well burn you if your little gambler goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is likely to influence the final outcome of this trial, oh my god. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this bad book?
Take that!
Take that! The answer is that the book belongs to a couple who owned the house where the defendant had his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gary Deb. The landlords. Wow, he's so shocked. Wow, can you see the emotion in his face? How shook is he? Look at how shook. He's so shooketh. He's absolutely stunned. And whether there's some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen jury in this courtroom today is none other than Mr. Gary Depp herself. Oh my goodness! Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. Gary Depp's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Depp's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accuser's landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public and besmirch her with a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. We saw her the other day!
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know on the day in question, almost exactly the same time as the victim stabbed on the pavement below. Another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Major shame, Wash. What happened on the brink of an eye, you know? The place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bad thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The ballet furniture started going up as well. Words of it, I lost my favorite. My book called The Lion's Bride.
You halt out for some time. Did you miss anything? We're pointing out the burnt book.
Oh! Oh my. Barabonzix. Oh! Oh my god! Whoa! Never seen that expression before. Oh, hello! The Lion's Pride.
By Jove! The very same title as the subject of this debate. Finally see him again, finally. The Luna Toad. Oh dear me!
Objection!
Just, it's risible. Risible, whatever. Only if Chronicles, his book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. It's entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrydap was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrydap, even amidst the flame.
How awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, really?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. You see? Oh my. Come through.
Had all my favorite novels in that case. Oh, as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh up and smoke. The wife started hurling things at me. I was backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary diary books coming 10 to the dozen.
The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted very evening of the incident. There's no report of the Garrydap's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrydap household. But it's not inconceivable that the window was open at the time.
Not even remotely! Let's not forget the season, the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah! Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness? Do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrydap's wife? Yeah, I guess so. I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
That's enough!
Who said that?
Oh, that's enough! Well, I hope that everyone can see for what you are now. You little foreign trickster!
What?
You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. You mean coward.
What? You're wearing the same ring and everything. Really?
Claiming our little tips and set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case.
Whoa.
Not any of it. All I've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud to simply divert attention to your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's clearly, utterly unforgivable.
Alright, here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this nippity spouting his fancy foreign theories? Whoa! But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim
Is that little hunchback with the moustache? He ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that?
Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Von Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessary protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to save with the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Whoa! Yeah. Oh, yeah! If the books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Gah! Nice leg. Dots. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability from the court here.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty!
Ah, you losers!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Yuck!
Guilty!
Oh.
My god, they're playing a freaking stop, man. No! Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now, it's over!
Mr. Nanahood, I don't give up.
Duh! It's Mr. Sato!
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point.
Oh my god, they must be sick of our shit!
You can still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance.
Susato! My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Another one. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Jesus. To be continued. But we're still continuing. I've considered the defense's counsel request for first examination of the jury, and I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Now, counsel, will you proceed with your second summation examination? I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court what are the grounds you wish to find the defendant guilty of this crime. We'll see. Jesus. Twice already.
The accused left behind evidence of the scene today. Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation of the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? So we have to say that the window is open and that she was stabbed, really?
During me was only a little book, hardly laughed at me even with a direct hit.
Look at this one, I'm gonna get this over with it. I don't bring home some paper and I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago and gave me sneezes.
What? These hoes? Concerning more tangible argument from all members of the jury this time around, it seems, with one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find a fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed accused seen fleeing from the scene. Moreover, No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? The two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And here I was thinking that this might be hard.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this will really be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed. Go on. Hurry up. Presume you're prepared, counsel. Yes, my lord. Kind of. Alright, dear Rosaki. Focus your mind now. Oh, the double clap. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garrideb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and a forked book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. It's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Ooh. So do we get to do the thingy even here? You just want to get this over with? How could you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Oh, see, now we get to do this. This is cool. We get to pursue the jury. Weird.
Really make me move them like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me, you'll find me floating face down at the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My muscle said you don't want to mess about, you know. She can be friends and believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was well, dots. Do you know? It's funny. I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening that the thing. It must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defense? There's culpability in this case.
Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up loud.
Thoughts. Could you tell us more about the fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake. Was it some kind of devil worship?
No, that's okay. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, they were not summoning Satan? Alright, got it. Understand. Satan didn't want that cake? Alright, got it.
Anyway, I mustered my puff to blow them out. I must have only blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught everything and went up. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like the devil worshipped me.
Yonosuke!
And by sneezes, I presume you meant a cold? How did you catch a cold from a fire?
Not a fiasco was worse. The grandchildren splashed them through water on me as they tried to put out the flames.
Juror number 6 looks like the cop. The cop?
That like with their nose and their face. He looks like the grandpa.
And then, because we fill up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
He literally said he had to open windows. The windows.
Fighting window, not air rushed in like the devil, dancing on my grave, he did. I caught a terrible girl from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. Won't forget a birthday in a hurry.
Out of pitch. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about his omen story is playing on my mind for some reason. He opened the frickin' windows, that's why.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsumi, could have attacked a young woman on the street, as well as how he or she would have.
What are you trying to say? But once again, the jury statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you gotta pit them against each other.
That's the whole point! Oh yeah,
That's the spirit!
going into strike.
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's very possibility that the 4th book is in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is this fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So, could have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, can't see with all these palavers about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is. I've nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
Hold it! So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such a light in your face! I'm afraid I shall be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern and metropolitan and rational woman. I'm an independent woman who don't need no man.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, so why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, rational thinking, what did you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern metropolitan rational logic, what do you say?
Overwhelmingly.
Us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be too happy to consider a citing new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too if only I could.
Let's do our best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right, I'm glad you omitted rational there.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been. How could you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow just said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite this sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't open it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Carousel, you were afraid from joining this bickering.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't gonna budge otherwise. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. He's literally said that.
Objection!
Objection! The two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, Counsel? Don't bother me again, I told you it wasn't me!
What did you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, don't you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Do you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course. It was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the doors.
Oh! Exactly, you idiot! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrett household, and Mr. Garrett had the following to say about it. Got him! Gotcha! The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh my hat! Oh! Oh my! Oh.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Dudes! Mr. Scaradab! Oh, dear me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or did your husband open the window? Oh, I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Oh, dude. And what if you did? Alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continued to just give him deserved book battery. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. You'd be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added to Mrs. Garrett's former statement.
Now you mention it, the window was open. I cleaned it, but forgotten. But it's true.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride he had been reading? Dudes! I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that you've come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't. You insolent little man, I didn't remember. Time like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What? Why are you? What are you doing? Why are you fist bumping yourself? Huh? What is it? Excuse me. Excuse me! What is it, juror number 5?
Yeah, that was something. I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out.
Ah,
I was listening to what this granny was saying. It brought all the floating back.
who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett, order maid. I'll have you now. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. What's all this abuse?
It was 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I earned for the day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
You didn't hear them down on the floor, you freaking moron. Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard just half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting some chicken at the time.
I like how we hear her mystery music in the back.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. All it did about an inch deep.
No dots, no words, just terror.
I could smell it and that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy maze that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is well. It's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the like.
Use a weapon.
Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A kitchen knife there. Wait. It couldn't be. It couldn't be this. I feel like we have to press him. Okay. It was a novel alternative.
Objection!
Those two statements have clearly deep significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain yourself at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could have been one such novel alternative?
Oh boy, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fork book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garridap's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way on from the Garridap household to the street below.
What's the now?
If this is actually how... Wow! And the lady on the street... Oh my god! Who's that? Bro, she's freaking ninja star, the freaking lady. With a knife. After all, Mrs. Garda would have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Oh, I'm a beanpole. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, Perhaps she had a feeling this might be what have happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala.
What do you call me?
As a foreman of this jury and demand a straight answer, you give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what is it?
Dots, I'm really taking a big gamble here. But it was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any evidence. I don't have evidence. Oh. But I'm certain, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife. Dots. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. Oh no! I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? It's a common knife though, that's the thing. Ooh! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was launched in the victim's back, man. But I was like, dude. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband. It would have been backed up against the window. Who had been backed up against the window? Eastern Gala. Known as Gala Mine number 2, Sirchester, Spike Move. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the this crime scene.
You can certainly believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp.
I say it flew out the window and across the street to land in her hand. No, she dropped on the floor and she's like, damn, what the hell is this? Use your heads, dude. Never mind, Mrs. I'm gonna arrive like that. Yes, I admit there's many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Oh. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oops. Oh no!
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
So I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Yeah. Mr. Foreman!
What? I have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. I will just join.
All together now, ladies. Ready, blue.
The Barry bumper. Oh, well. Done. Can't wait to see Barry in 3D. We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty and 4 calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Hey! Barrow must freaking hate us though. Now then, Lord Von Zees, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Oh my god. Get another drink.
What is that? 4 cups now? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine. First few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing to save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense just put forward credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Incredible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting. Is that gratuitous? Phoenix would not approve. That you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already become more apparent that the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is some 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards is around 14 meters.
Wow. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as your ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having important significance, the fourth book in the victim was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a nearly identical trajectory? Plunged in the middle of the victim's back. You're telling me this old lady playing darts or what? Sorry. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories and more believable plots. Gah! Guess it's not a fan of Herlock. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice!
Mr. Sato!
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, Daddy! How dare he!
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change his leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Oh my god, dots.
To that end, dots. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! Saints Row 4! A cross-examination of a juror? Oh my god! Susato! Oh, they're in the frickin' courtroom! This is highly irregular, my god! Unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned as a witness stand.
Objection!
Unnecessary. Lord Von Zinks! Gah! There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they should be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Darts. Yes, sir. Constable Broly Beats reported for duty, sir. Gah! Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing till now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of the villains who appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Oh my. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more!
Oh, really, my hero? You make me swoon, and you make me moist!
Whoa! Whoa! I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh, I tried.
and order the witnesses in the standing to testify again. State forthwith with the before the court any details pertaining to the alternative explanation of the events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. Gallagher. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. Alright, I'm out of here now. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gallagher house are top hinge casements.
Obviously, and it had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rory was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Sir, nothing strange to report on the front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yeah, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. No. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! This is a courtroom, not a love tunnel. Oh. I mean, what? I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows on Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's room.
Alright, I'll try. With a flashback.
So the windows open in order the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But it's a top hinge case window. It swings open along the upper edge, you see?
I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay metal bar, which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it from opening? That's all news to me! Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book was or knife was to be thrown through the open window, it would have clattered the pane, fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be!
Do you see that, Rory? The Japanese man collapsed in agony.
Oh my! Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. How he crumbled before me. Oh yeah.
Rory, you're so strong and so hard!
Whoa! How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet and my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Good, another desperate situation. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rory and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking for a lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, we would have been lit up like a shooting star.
If I see the shooting star. I would have made a wish upon it. Let's only be in respect, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Oh, of course, with what smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that's correct, sir. I'm sure the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems they're telling the truth.
And when we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
I have a feeling something was disturbed. Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been at rolling speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know every location, the location of every police box on every beat.
She really told me the way. Only I got shot a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. A terrible sense of direction. It's bewitching to me. Whoa! Hey! Oh, Pat.
Oh, really?
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my rolling was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but the true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my... You sure you didn't see anything? Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eye on the wind, eyes open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene. Nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, sir. You agree with Naruto? Really, that seems a little strange. I beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gardepp household. So remains the question, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Notes. Aha! Could it be a different copy? One that just happened to be burned as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Dots. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up here, in her back, and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruto. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Mr. Scarida without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrideb if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter.
Do you really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garrideb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it?
You're right.
Then there was Mrs. Garrideb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another. I swear!
Yes.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. The answer is this. The noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of all policemen of our sworn duty.
He should have said before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. Why? To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job is all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife. What? Oh, and tell you Bobby's good for his work. while rubbing my tired eyes. Oh, eyes. Evidently, sir.
Oh, Rudy, you're so manly.
Oh. Oh, yes, ma'am, baby. Oh, Pat.
Oh, really?
Dots! No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garridon? Ah, I see. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? It's a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to my fullest ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garridon have a domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes. I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. It's been like a week. So to that end, sir, I'm happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Nice. Let's read this book, shall we? It's a small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains rules to conduct which we must adhere. Principles of policing. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within its allotted beat. Item number 2. The patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan regulation, guys. So that's the principal policy. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Any crimes fall under jurisdiction of the beat in which they discovered. It wasn't his beat, that's the thing.
Hold it!
Oops. By which you mean they feel fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? They're restricted to how much they open. Therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room will simply strike the pane and fall to the street below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime. Rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge stick casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garridon's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. What? You? Excuse me! Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
I'm sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were so lucky that it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. We were so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
See that street Briar Road? That's the boundary between Rhodey's Beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Aha! I see what's happening. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. They moved the body, didn't they? These hoes, these two idiots. They moved the body, didn't they? Because the lady was smacked underneath the house, and that's under his beat. Thoughts? Constable Beach. Whoa. Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Garadep household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. Their house is on his beat, and so is the frickin' road. So they moved the body so that it wouldn't be on his beat. Why? Let me see those rulebook again. Preserve the peace on his beat. Walk on his beat. Any crimes that fall under the jurisdiction of his beat to win and discover. And when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why did he want to do that? Not on his beat. Really cut it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadep household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Garadep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. So it happened on his jurisdiction. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked on just one side of the Briar Road, the other side, we wouldn't be able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
So they moved the dead, the dying, they moved the body because they wanted to eat food. She's not dead yet, but
That's the life of a movie after all.
extraordinary people are always tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was a good Lord's way of saying rewarding my Rudy with all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, pardon my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on our record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Just outside of Constantinople. I see.
It's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course.
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Is the stream back? The stream should be back.
Just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I say.
I really don't remember ever suggesting things, so let me refresh.
ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear.
You'll be back, alright?
My voice will be heard. My lord, will you let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. B. I allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was very loud mutter.
I heard that! The Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife was counts for nothing, does? Well, watch out! I won't let you get away with something like that. Well, I really won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beats. I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did that evening. I saw it clearly. He's the man with the whiskers and the funny curves and back, slinking away from the scene.
Huh.
I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having poor sense of direction.
Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rody. He is ever so cross.
What? Yo, what? Excuse me? Constable Beat, is there a problem? Not. Well, no, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, is all. God! You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the beat next over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. Thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my darling was going a good 15.
Oh, Rody is such a tease.
Ew! Ew!
The reason I was so low because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our anniversary. Rody's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and happiness. His happiness he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I've forgotten all about it just now. Had you, my darling?
Get a room, you two! Ah! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. The hell?
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhiro. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beach! This bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
What the f... Borrow's like... What is happening? I don't understand what the hell is going on.
Borrow mentioned the bouquet just now too.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it! You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran away and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the woman. to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, sir, and I came back to the scene together with the constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Because the body has been moved! In case you need reminding, Mr. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered in a moment before I heard a voice calling for me at the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me. I got to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. Can't think of how it got there. Really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. No, the body moved. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it, I forgot to pick up the bouquet. But we'll have to see. The beautiful rose rolling body. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
Jones, by bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Yes! Oh, whoa! Calm yourself.
That's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary. With bits of change she found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Vonzix, when do you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Depp household. Since the victim is alive, it's entirely possible. I think that he moved the body, so the pavement in the Gary Depp house is under his jurisdiction. And it all happened. So it probably all happened on his jurisdiction, which will explain the book and the knife, because it would hit the pavement and fall down to the street where the victim was. So the book fell in front of her. She's like, oh my god, the knife fell. She's like, ah! And the guys, the couple saw them, and the guy sent his girlfriend, his wife, to go get another officer because the crime happened on his beat, his jurisdiction, but he didn't want that, so he sent his wife to go call another officer. He dragged the body to the other side, which is why the bouquet is still on the Gary Depp side of the road, but the body's on the other side because he dragged the body there. In the books, he just threw the books. Just because he didn't want it on his jurisdiction. Because the rest of the other side of the road is another officer's beat. It was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Depp household. In front of the Gary Depp's house? Although it wasn't unnoticed until morning, it lay where the street lamps cast no light. And if there's no light, how did they see Soseki? It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I don't think I think for good measure this rose should be added to court as evidence.
Oh! But this is a symbol of our love!
You're already making the stand moist as hell. Patricia, shock of seeing stab, caused Mrs. Beat to drop by the rose where she stood. Wow.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, is it? Never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Oh, he knows that peach blossom, yo. Oh, yeah.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning that some fruit tree base, for example.
Well, it's very stylish paper for the flowers wrapped in, isn't it? Ah, peach.
It's just old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, suppose because I'm not used to seeing English print, it looks so exotic to me. Naruhodo!
I see. Something.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, just thinking that you're stupid as hell. If you wrap a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Sato-san, you do love your cakes. Whoa.
I want it back. I'm gonna try it. You hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured I should do my best to not forget Mrs. Bait. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing straight to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. Nothing was removed from it. Sweat down Scotland Yard, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. The burnt copy was ordered. The question remains: how did it find its way? So this is the same. Says so. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me.
What do you make of all this?
Well, yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now.
Gah!
The fourth book had no business being at the scene of the crime. They made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time it's gonna be expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay. Okay. What do we? So we will present the rose, right? Or his is either the rose or his warrant card. If I present his warrant card here now that I have the rose. Nothing strange to report. It has to be this. I think it's his warrant card. Didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange. It's either the rose or his. It's either the rose because it was it's a different side, or his card because he didn't do his duties as an officer. I'm gonna try the. Wait, I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene. Nothing strange to report. If not, how did the rose move?
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be. Thoughts.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, when the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection! Objection!
muted. Oops. It's because I sneezed. Anyway, the more than one thing in this case is the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. Yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the road. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless someone deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my Rooney's done something wrong.
Don't listen to what the scrawny lawyer says. Read and record books and bouquets. Why should we care? We're just nitpicking. That's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called
Tampering, Mr. Naruto.
Oh!
the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had the cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and testimonies point to one particular person. Counsel, I must demand you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Sorry, Mr. Officer. Obviously, there's only one person who could have been. Constable Rollybeat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would I really do such a thing? There's no one
Straighter than my husband. Whoa!
Bill Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? But it was him. He did it.
Oh my!
Objection!
If that were true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. The fact that you say it makes me think otherwise. Ow!
Oh! And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped the bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ow! Well,
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Gah! You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
that's right, he's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. Why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, our accusations are nothing but empty threats. Jots. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you made a very serious accusation here against a London police officer. If you're mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Dots.
Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Because it's his crime. It's a crime on his beat. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? The pavement of Brian Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here. If anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody's been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place? Where do you think, you idiot? Idiotas right here!
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road. Look at him.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mr. Speed, never moved at all. Outer space bounties. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Great chance, like holy.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has endured. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. It was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't be.
Constable B then arranged for you to be absent by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books, and moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zig said it wasn't noticed until morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was the only bouquet. It was only the bouquet found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road.
Dudes?
And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rowley Beat. But... Uh-oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. I haven't slept properly in a month. No! Oh, you saw? He's gonna fight. He's gonna start. Did I miss anything important? Oh!
Oh, Rooney! It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know.
Dudes, I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did at night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. What? Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order in the frickin' courtroom! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Ronnie, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is... It's a criminal offense, isn't it?
She's not dead! Nuts. Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why may you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can say, what? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. Dots. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You foreigner! You freaking foreigners! Presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet Lord Von Zix is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of this matter thus far. You racist son of a... Oh, I mean, sorry, whoops. Oh, so... I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you better share some evidence. At once, my lord. Dang, Bonzi's cutting out with the remarks. You frickin' foreigners! England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same, you ugly hell! Drink your beer and go somewhere else. Sorry. Use your legs for something else, would ya? Use those fingers for something else, would ya? I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gave us away the motive of Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
Take that! Dots. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land. I'm a foreigner. Once again, for the people in the back of Borough 16, I'm a foreigner. I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called Bobbies is completely new to me. Oh, clap that peach. I learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is most demanding work in the world. For example, taping the pace, looking after citizens on the beat, is all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobbies is charged with a great deal to do with each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Oh. But I was like, God, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't know these feelings. I'm going. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking out her for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up a lot being married to a boy like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh yeah. Nuts. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me to earlier. Inside among the rules for patrolling policemen it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Oh! Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? No. Yes. Everything you say, it's alright. Don't leave it to the dots. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Ow!
Exactly! To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. The dots? Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
Dots. It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Oh wow. Jesus. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal should be lurking, could be still lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to station quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what it meant for me. When the crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it happen here? And why tonight? Of all nights? Why? Darn you, Jesus! It's the copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meersham Road and then street and then dots. It's all making sense now, yeah. Routes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rudy.
Just that one night. Dots.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction.
This reminds me of Big Top. This case is just a Big Top. This case is just a Big Top of this game. Clowns moving the body. For all we know, the crime was an accident. The only difference is the girl's not dead yet.
Just across the street to the east pavement of Bryan Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
Dots. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Six did mention a circus. We did see a circus poster too. Stop. We did kind of see a clown guy. Not a clown, but a jester.
Of course you did. Otherwise, my Rudy would never have left the poor woman freezing on the cold pavement.
Oh, I see your meaning now. We don't speak about that here. About Zix. Edgeworth wasn't there for the circus. He just called us a circus.
You're not just a clown, you're the entire circus!
That's good, but God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rudy, it was all my fault.
Not your fault, girl. Shut it up. Are you high?
I should never have dropped it in such a good place. I'm so sorry, Rudy.
Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Yes, sir, 4. It was definitely 4, sir. Yes, sir.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs. In the Garadep household, of course.
But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, it's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Hey Brady, real quick Pokemon joke. You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book. Though thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were 2 people at the scene. Pat, me, both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. Why are Pokemon not the best at playing hide and seek? Because there's always Pikachu! Ow! I couldn't see the harm, really. Then they moving it over the road will make a jot of difference. What? I suppose this is for me now. I read it. My lord, my god. That one was from Siri, thank her. My lord. Yes, Lord Wanzix. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir!
Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Brody? What will happen to him?
Dots. For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband! This was all my fault! Because I'm always moaning at him! Ow! For coming home late!
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir! Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Also, you're fired! My god! Just kidding. Never again, sir. You mean to say? I mean, leave now. The trial's not over yet. I guess I'll let you keep your job. You can still be a Bobby. Your Bobbies. Sir. Well, quite startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire crime scene of crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. There's another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous. But I believe the prosecution probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Vaughan Six, is this true? Thoughts. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. What of it? Knew this lady was way too suspicious to not be involved. A sharp Casper. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered back against the window. That's the maid from the previous ring. Yeah, she's the juror. The wife. Upon striking the pane of the top hinge casement window, and the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and I said what over it! During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Dudes! So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh! Dudes! Dudes! I don't recall it. Seriously? I was supposed to remember everything I pick up and throw at my husband. Anyway, the man over there is in that regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Von 6! Wow! Woo! Wow. Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You are the juror, and the prosecutor's like, you're not special. It don't put words in my mouth. I know what I said. You wanna lie and put words in my mouth? Get on the stand, lady! Like, your jurors are not special in any way. You're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that is a common unguarded knife! You can go from anywhere! Like we have several of them at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrideb? No, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're gonna insist on this being my fault. You're good enough to prove to me that I drew that knife is what you think. Come along now. Jump, jump. Do your worst. Well,
Mr. Naruhodo.
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Like the freaking knife. And take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Get her freaking cast phone face on the goddamn stand! Thank you, Lord Fonzies. I'm going to testify. The Howard. Juror number 4. God freaking the name of the justice, lady justice herself. Freaking get on the stand. I'm sure you appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not be aware. What do you mean? I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garridale. And mark my words, in the court of law today we shall extract the truth. Die, you damn Casper. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Get her on us now. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Wow. Such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. State your name and occupation. Yes, my name is Joan Garridale, and I'm, a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Court decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. If not, I will take my freaking shoe, my steel-toed shoe, and freaking put it on the table, and shove it in your jiggly mouth. What's happening? Whoa! What do you mean? Cheer up, Johnny, nothing to worry about. Oh my god, the husbando. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Oh, his slap mark is gone. Well, wasn't you the only one? Wasn't you the room? Wasn't only you in the room that day old thing, was it? Rather, think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that, I hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John! I presume you're Mr. John Garridale. Yes, sir. Former Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action. Now lived a quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? You not engage in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, you see, quite. I believe this may represent a first in this proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. So at once.
Battle of the Gary Dam.
Yes, on the day you were referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Yeah, sure. Knocked a candlestick over, set the fire to the carpet. Soon headed out, got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find and throwing him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. But if that bally thing ran in the victim's back was really one of them, you have a job proving it, I think.
Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
An entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us in the hoop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is the only too aware of that on every battlefield. You're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
With your wife? Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will share any light on the origins of this jackknife in combat. One's focus narrows, such that surroundings are barely noticed. The witness may not be able to offer anything more than what they've already testified. This may be a dead end. While Zix may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Master Naruto.
Back with an ice pop? I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
You're a bomb over them.
A nice lolly. Can't recall the reason.
Hold it!
Hold it! The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck in the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrison.
A rather passionate note, in fact. That little smoochy switch. Mrs. Garrett found a note discovering her husband's little secret.
She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. George! I say when the guy says he can't recall things, he's coming to see how to drag it all up. Besides, half of it is wide of the mark anyway.
A nightly story? These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. It all happened there was some bath water.
Ew!
There was some bath water around that evening. And Sloth said about to put it out. Yuck! That is freaking disgusting. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. We have to draw water from public water pump during the day if we need any, you see.
The Lord is always moaning.
Oh,
They can't get any water at night. Yikes. Although the little moustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
the defendant Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend of his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea in all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking of that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at the husband that day?
Thus, in all honesty, I don't recall. I feel like I must point out I'm no monster. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Water! Excuse me! Do you have something to add, sir?
Not.
Mr. Gary Deb?
No, shoot!
I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Right, Casform?
Nothing of significance, no. Just a barrage of projectiles jolting launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch! The woman's aim is uncanny.
She poured tea in his freaking cigar.
Good grief, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh dearie me! I'm so sorry. Oh dear.
Speaking of the Casform son, I drew a Cynthia on my Twitter. I think now, and I was drawing a male Cynthia for BDSP, and I was looking at like the names, and then I noticed that in English, Cynthia's name is based on the moon, and Cyrus's name is based on the sun. But in BDSP, Cylene, the Cyrus, her name is based on the moon. So Cynthia's name has to be based on the sun, no? So Cynthia's name in BDSP, whoever she or he comes out to be, their name is gonna be based off the sun. Nani? Probably, yeah. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Because it's England.
Honestly, June, I would have never thrown such thing as you, obviously.
Well, take a good look at this then. How do you suppose that happened?
Your point, sir?
Had this tea in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught.
knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when it went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. It'll probably be a bad guy, yeah. So wait, I'll show you guys what I drew. Cause I was drawing this for the lols. Ooh, oh my god, that's a freaking giant picture. But I drew this. And the idea, so this is the story, okay? This is the story behind this picture, okay? So this is a Komuso monk. And a Komuso monk in Japan, they play bamboo flutes. And they stand there and play bamboo flutes, right? And Cynthia's Japanese name comes from a bamboo! The sacred bamboo. So I was like, yo, maybe in this game, he or she be named after the sun, okay? Named after the sun in English, plays a bamboo flute, plays a flute, and then afterwards, Arceus needs to be summoned with the Azure flute. So the Cynthia and BDSP be like, I'ma play the flute, I'ma stand in the tower, see the trainer, say what's up trainer, fight some fights, battle some battles. It has the basket on the head, which the monks wear, that basket on the head, covers the fact that it's Cynthia. And then near the end, he takes off the freaking basket head. Oh my god, it's freaking Cynthia the whole time! But it's a male Cynthia based off the sun. He plays a bamboo flute, and they find the Azure flute. And who's the one in the group that can play a flute? The flute player. And Cylene's gonna go crazy because Cylene's the captain of the Galaxy team. She's gonna go crazy. She's gonna go get Giratina, the devil himself. Or there'll be a different version of Giratina. And Cylene communicates with the original Giratina. And she's like, yo, let's be evil. Arceus is like, hell no, but I need someone to summon me. Get the flute player! That's my imagination. Anyways, I see your pipe was broken. Your pipe or your pipe? You know what I'm saying? Oh my Arceus. And like Cynthia is this well-known champion in the region, but the monk will be just a lowly monk that nobody thinks about, and that's when that ancestor of Cynthia gains that in the bloodline, you know, is the one that like the strongest trainer or whatever. that's my plot. That's my idea. What if you just predicted the actual plot? If I predicted the actual plot, call me a hacker, I work at Game Freak. Just kidding. But yeah, that's my idea of the plot. I think that in the town there'll be a monk that plays a flute and it's kept a secret, and then later you find out it's Cynthia. But it's like Santia or something stupid like that. Anyways,
it would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, managed to bandage the thing up now.
oh, you want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. I guess it could be important. I don't know why. The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks just now could be greatly significant.
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes might as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worth it adding the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one remind me how are you not working out Game Freak? They haven't contacted me. I need to email them this idea.
I still think Silene will be evil with Giratina. If this is the origin of Giratina's story, this is where it all begins, you know. History repeats itself. Cynthia is the good one trying to stop Cyrus. And then Cyrus goes crazy. Cynthia gets Arceus and tries to convince Giratina to not be evil. But Giratina goes crazy, and Giratina is linked with Silene, and Silene's like, I'm a betrayer. I'm a captain, but you know what? I'm gonna be evil. And they specifically, on the website, they talk about the Kamado, and they say, oh, he's the ancestor of Rowan, but they don't mention anything about Silene and Cyrus.
Would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Also, it started raining outside.
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me! There you go again! Trying to ingratiate herself with a young lady. Jesus. She's 16! Very well, the court accepts the gentleman's point as evidence.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, speak your mind, go. Let's see this. There's a small nick of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scraps ordnance over it. Clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seemed to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular lick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Gyarados' dressing gown.
I suppose it must have been considerable sentiment value to Mr. Gyarados, given that he's gone the trouble of repairing it like that.
Either that or he can't afford to replace it.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that the request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. I did. I didn't get anything new about it. Aha! There's the tip of the knife! Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in here, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? A tiny fragment of metal. Ada Katie. It looks like a tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely. It couldn't be! Oh my god! You just got on break, eh? I was just predicting the future BDSP's plot. Trying to predict the plot. Well, thank you for that, rebuttal, Mr. Gyarados. Now, if you could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell us that's called about the knife used to attack the victim? How's the case going? It's going good. We exposed the officer for breaking his duties. And now we have Castform and Lunatoad on the stand. I guess we'll present it here. Exposed! Do we present it here? I like how we can examine this tiny triangle. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Does.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, I don't really know. There's just something niggling at me. Can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces. Source of evidence again.
Polydot fan, yo! Right.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just a tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it is missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this?
That's the tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe. Just.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit!
Somehow I just knew it. Bought some boiled eggs for a snack today. Oh no! Smell. Do you present the tip of the knife then? Or the knife itself?
Objection!
Objection! Oh snap! Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You're telling me they didn't open the knife yet? No, they didn't. Nobody has pointed out that the tip of the knife is dented. No, nobody has pointed it out. God, you can ask, but I can't see about it. You can't. You used to call me dead-eyed, back in the regiment, off the course. That was some time ago. Even when I was trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggled to tell a B from a D and a P to a Q. I love that B, D, S, P, B, D, Q, P. My favorite Pokemon game. To be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. He's not wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. I swear these investigators are useless. You must be very dusty. Stop making fun of him. Run of here. What the hell is that? You! Van Six! Aren't you in charge of Scotland Yard? What happened to investigating, bro? Didn't see the knife was missing the freaking knife tip. How the hell did it stab the lady? If it ain't even sharp! Brilliant diamond. Quality pearl. If only. Different from shining pearl. Yes, almost certainly the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be first a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. You can't even. Notes. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, wonder how that got there? Do you think they made DLC for the game BDSP? If the distortion world is not part of the main game, then I think they will. But I have a feeling they're hiding the distortion world. I think they're hiding the distortion world. I think the story is all I think it's Platinum story. Like I think the beginning part might look like Diamond Pearl, but I think it's Platinum story. They're using the Platinum decks. So I think they're making that. I think the distortion world will be part of the story. I was wondering that if they would. I think they're just hiding it. But yeah, if it's not in the main story, it'll probably be DLC. Or they make DLC for like the Darkrai and Shaman event. Maybe. Shut up, Lunator, stop pretending to be dumb. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Because I feel like they could, like they like the DLC, they've been making it in pairs, so like one so it'll be a pair of DLC, which is Shaman and then Darkrai. Your break is over, you come by lunch. Or are you suggesting it's some way related to the stabbing on Broyer Road? Ooh! Dots. I am.
What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. She has to stand on a box! That's so sad! Do you guys see her? She had to stand on a box. You appear on a confident and extraordinary statement, counsel. I like how the judge is just so amazed at Ryonosuke right now. He's so amazed by my Nipponese face. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Take that! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see there's a small piece of the tip of the blade that's missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Why you gotta roast the blades and why you gotta roast street markets now, Bonzix? Baroque! Stop it! Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt the tip has suffered similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spinal of the victim.
Objection!
Objection! No, that's not the case. Shake my head, Mom. Oh, the tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garridap's pipe. Oh my dear, oh, Lord Von Zinks. Oh, do you see that? Sorry. I know this is a drama moment, but like, oh my. Oh! That pose. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Wrong! He says. Golly gosh, Henry! Holy moly, my god! Order in the freaking courtroom! Even though I'm the one making noise. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? You did some ninjutsu up in here? You're pulling some Naruto Kagebunshin no jutsu? You're freaking ninjas. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? What the f are you talking about? So Von Zeeks has figured it out, hasn't he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did this fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garridap's pipe?
Something that was clarified to us in the most recent witness testimony.
Can you guys hear the rain outside, maybe? Had to steal my hand at the time of the onslaught. Soaked it clean out of the soft projectiles indeed. Never even seen it flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garridap flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garridap, instead striking the pipe in his hand at a time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garridap's pipe. You can hear it, it's not like drowning the audio, okay? Got it. Yeah, the chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no doubt, no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe, flew out the open window. In short, This knife which fell. Ooh. The thunderstorms! This knife which fell from the window of the Gary Depp's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below! Oh god, you dear! No! Ew, his butt is burned!
Objection!
What? Von 6! Thunderstorm? It sounds like someone blowing into my. Yeah, it's a thunderstorm outside. A full-bodied theory? I'll give you that. Gah! The rain-fisted scenario. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage. Oh, the horror! Allow me to choose my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Waiting for the dramatic moment. Sorry. Perfect for a spooky house, dude. But after all, it's just a theory. A bottle theory. The bottle I fear is caught. Because you see... Whoa! It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. Fonzix is also insurmountable. What? Lord Fonzix, explain yourself. What's this inconsistency you claim to identify? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her. Ah! That's right, you silly little man! No, Juno, then what are you getting excited about? Leg! Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her from falling from above, there's no possible way it would have planted itself into the victim's back! Gonna say rain where you are too for a few days here and there. Barok! The book fell first. The book was on the ground. She's like, what the hell's that? She went to pick it up. She bent down. Then the knife struck her on the back, bro. She leave a mark on his face, yeah. God! Oh, they're in the courtroom. Good, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, Dots. He's lost for words, look. I knew it. You never liked the theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really happened? It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand, your theory, my learned friend, is history! Dots, we were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Mr. Sato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were caught off guard, that's all. In your mind went blank. But if the path on is correct, then the way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Gah! Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. The tacit acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection! This inconsistency doesn't mean I was wrong on the track. I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it would have hit her in the middle of her back. Thanks, Nightbot. You're getting enough water from the rain. Oh, Naruto. Under normal circumstances, that is. What the hell are you implying? Counsel! There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife fell from above, could have pierced the victim's back. Nightbot.
Moist me out.
We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, please present the evidence which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is, let me save.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence that the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garridap's book? Yes. And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. In this photographic print, it clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable who put the book between her fingers like that. You go, Naruto! Quite same, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene, the opposite side of the road. Go, Naruto, go. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? Oh, it's because that's how I found it, huh? When we first ran to the plane, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book on her own volition. Clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so! After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Bye! Jingle! Jingle? I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me! Jones. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garridap household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw! Yes, Mrs. Garridap. What do you think the woman did? What were you if you were walking along this street and suddenly a book landed you in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked up the book. Yes, that's exactly what the woman did. In fact, did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, oof! The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the darkened fog, he didn't see the knife falling from her from above. Jeez, right? Woo! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place! No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrido. George. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. Another accident? I guess so.
For Mrs. Garrido.
It wasn't quite busy. There has to be more, I wonder. Because they did say that Baroque doesn't take cases like this. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? Ouch. I take full responsibility. Also, what about the carriage? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. Thoughts? John dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Oh my. Oh, stop! Don't roast her like that! Oh my god! Y'all are... Oh my, whoa. But she's not dead though, the victim. She's still alive. Lord Von Zate's want news of Mrs. Garrido. She's been taken to the infirmary. It appears today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. She's not heavy, he's just weak. Yeah, exactly. He just got no strength. He's not like how he was before. There's no cause for. I wonder how his knee broke. What? Unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have been easily a terrible tragedy. They shall prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Just some good news, however, my lord. I've just a word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim in all this, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that's good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Jesus. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. This is one heck of a breakdown. Dots. Dots.
it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening when a young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Huh. Weird. That's strange to point out. So there is something more to this. If you were ready to get colder.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there's evil spirits lurking in the fog like they're haunting me.
For Suseki-san, his imagination has really got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I never should have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Thoughts. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
Wow. Thoughts. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We will be fooled by this spirit, led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zix and our young lawyer here from the Ace, a chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. Is something gonna happen to Soseki? Remember the whole everyone that Barok deals with ends up damned? Is something gonna happen to him? Because I'm not ready for that. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Jones. Zix is pretty young too, rude judge. Yeah, he's only 32. He's younger than her, bro. Now then, ladies of the gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Now you're worried, yeah? Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel sometimes.
Well, I didn't expect there's a woman next to me. That's for sure. I thought she was gonna be sitting on him.
Saying and all being while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision will be.
Doesn't mean I'll finally be able to get out here and start work. It's about time.
I see. I have a co-worker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home. When I.
What was this about, spirit? No, I think they're just being like deep. There's been no spirits yet. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Yes.
Not guilty.
Oh!
Not guilty.
Yeah!
Not guilty.
Oh!
Not guilty.
Eh?
Not guilty.
Whoa! Oh my god, metaphorical Daniel. Very well, Mr. Saseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty! Yay! I'm much happier than the last few cases, but I'm still slightly concerned. Because I feel like something bad's gonna happen. But woo! We finally did something good. We got an innocent man not guilty. Yay! And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, my lord, sir.
you're now a free man once more. It's my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. Fireworks in the courtroom. And may you never again be brought before me. He says, why?
Oh, yes, sir, of course.
Who invited Yomia to the court?
For my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. There's so neat flames going towards the balancing depending on the jury. Don't you love magical fire in a courtroom? Made out of wood. The tables and all.
Oh, locum!
What you call me? The flame system's pretty neat. Thoughts? Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum over here?
Well, I'll say. Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short.
Why did he choose that word of all the words? What's wrong with us just using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness! Hurrah!
Oh! You forgot the word hard. I mean, what?
I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Whoa. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, lawyer, locum, lawyer!
Yes?
Toss. I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain.
The Ginyu forces poses when he's happy. Yeah.
Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners.
Well, duh, you're in a foreign country. What the hell are you talking about?
I see towering brick buildings and high up windows. I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
I think they say look at the little Asian more than that.
I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my groom the boot. You stood firm behind that bar in your bench before all those babbling British, eh?
Watch your mouth.
You battled to the bitter end, laying the baffling truth. When I beheld the binding fireworks among the beams of the bailiff's roof, I beheld, behold, the best barrister ever proud.
Well, that's very flattering. We're pleased to for you. Yeah.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount my old friends back in Japan.
Anecdote was that to become of all my hard work. There you are, my dear fellow. Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. Back. I've returned. Sup. I apologize to keep you waiting. Rose late this morning. He woke up late.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you!
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Hello!
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the best of luck. It just finished. What? No! My haste was in vain.
Ah! It's you! Hairlock Shells!
Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Couldn't see from up above here. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. Simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Stop roasting him. Charming.
This is all your fault, Hairlock Shells! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind!
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned the poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh! Has she been taken to a hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have been regained consciousness by now. Oh! I like how he's just like low-key literally destroying this man. It was unavoidable, I'm sure. We're but human after all. And anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Don't! I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted me to say to me, sir? Don't! Nothing. Ah! Wow, priceless! I'm really sorry, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you have an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. Entertaining? It would seem you're not even found guilty.
But there's no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and by now the Reaper.
Ah,
Oh, Lord Van Zix.
Still haven't forgotten, what facing the man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
it will be alright, Mr. Natsume.
You.
If the Reaper appears to make trouble, I will protect you! Hiya!
Ah! What it be?
Perfectly executed, Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head. Whoa! What do you mean? Oh my! A bit of warning would be nice next time, Susato. His face. Oh. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Tots. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Naruto, what?
It's already been a year since I arrived in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I'm honored with the tutelage of professors. I learned so much about the wealth and literature here in the city. It's just shame. I come to realize it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
That's not it at all!
Stop it! Stop exposing him, Sherlock. Hello.
The more I learn of literature, the more strange the feeling claws in my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san? Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we finally have found our feet.
And you're accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
But what it lacks in windows, it's more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
Of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh, my evil spirit!
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's infallible wake-up call.
Is it just your cat? We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, am I right? Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? Or because John died? John Wilson. His partner in crime. His partner in mysteries, I mean. I spoke with the landlady this morning on a matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office attic! I'm too overcome for words!
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then? Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. You must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes!
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Look, come! I knew you wouldn't let me down. Truly delighted to have met you here in London.
I have a bad feeling about this. Never mind, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What do you mean she's Maya? What? Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon. Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about something. I don't know.
I come to realize that I belong in Japan.
I don't think he's gonna make it back. I don't think he's gonna make it back to his friends. And I don't think it's safe that I'm not gonna leave Susato alone with you. Meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully you'll be breathing. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Stop giving me hope. Stop giving me their dreams. The more they give me their dreams, the more concerned I get. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Can we take Susato with us? I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for this dinner. For dinner. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, was our evil, we rode to with Mr. Sholmes. We want become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Nothing happened. Please. Please, dear God. Oh, look, an attic. What the hell is that? Onions? Is Susato here? Please tell me she's here. If she's not here, then I'm concerned. So this... Oh, phew! Okay, all my concerns have disappeared. She's still here with us, thank goodness. I thought he was gonna die and Susato would be the defendant. I was like, don't do this, don't pull a Maya right now.
It's to be our new office, yes!
Our office. I rather like the sound of that. It's quite big for an attic though. Like, I would live here if I had no choice.
Me too. It's simply wonderful.
It seems pretty spacious for an attic. Look, there's another room in the back. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
We still don't know what Kazuma was here for.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my god! Oh my!
Wow! Oh! Wow! You got to go. You got something to do. See you tomorrow stream. Bye. Oh.
Mr. Shoals, thank you so much. You took off your clothes. I didn't know it was time. Oh, look.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Shoals.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives.
He's not gonna arrive, is he? He's not gonna be here, is he?
We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, your mother is. Let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the cellar. Splendid.
Yes. Happy times. Happiness. Oh.
Iris, my child. So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in this premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights, oh, cast the darkest of shadows. Oh my god. He's serious? Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruto. Oh. Welcome to London. Wow, thanks! Reassuring! Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Uh-oh. And? Oh no! Well, something bad's gonna happen at some point in the next case. Landon in London.
Oh wow, so that's case number 4. So next week is the last case of the first game. Already! The unspeakable story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh no. That's not good. So that's the final case. So next episode will begin the final case of the first game. Because there's the second game is called Resolve. Oh man, what you guys think of that case? I feel like that case had less stress than the other cases. No one died, but we also never did much with the carriage. I'm curious if there's anything about the carriage left. Next week will be the last Ace Attorney stream you watch now. So yeah, there's still a second game after with 5 more cases. And there's like extra DLC stuff we can look at. But yeah, that was a good one. I'm surprised it was another accident. Not an evil serial killer. But I feel like the final case has to be like some crazy shot that we would not expect. You be gone for 3 weeks or no. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Do we have enough people to do a raid? You haven't packed yet. Was being organic compared to the other case? This one wasn't that intriguing. Big top, you know. I wonder what this case relates to the main plot of the game, you know, because I feel like there's this underlying plot of the justice system being flawed, and like, what was Kazuma here for? What was his secret mission, you know? What Strongheart has a secret or something? What the hell? Why did Barok take this case in the first place? Because they very specifically call out that Barok doesn't take cases like this. So curious. I wonder what this case had to do with like the main plot. But should we do a raid? Strongheart reminded you of Gen. They do look similar, and they are both the Chief of Justice. I mean, yeah. Let's do. You're curious as well. Let's do. I don't know. I think of a hashtag. What about that? Barok my as a hashtag. Will that go through? Oh my. But yeah, I think tomorrow we'll do art stream. I will be getting my injection in a couple days, so like in the daytime after tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna get my second shot. So depending on the side effects, we'll see how it goes. But here's the link. I shall see y'all in the raid. I'm gonna go sigh of relief, right? Nobody died. Thank goodness. Okay, goodbye. I shall see you tomorrow. But for now, goodbye. And peace. It's a Petruskin.